I'm here. I'm here. Running a bit late. Sorry about that. Running a bit late. But welcome everyone to Ace Attorney Chronicles as we continue our next chapter. Episode 2. Let's do it this way just to be sure. Or not. Something's gone wrong. Something's gone terribly wrong. Here we are. Episode 2. Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Adventures of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
The borders seems to January on the border of Bushava.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait. Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Sherlock Sholmes. Really, they're to swap two words around. Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. Is there trouble in the air? Wait. I I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you're awake now, hmm? Ah, we had to drag you here out of the wardrobe. I don't believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You? Oh, you found me then. Da, we found you, and now you'll pay. Criminal! How long are you hiding in the wardrobe, hmm? Sorry? Now you've been found. It is time for your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. What? No, I didn't. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Ah. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mr. Motto. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh, of course. Ha! You pretend you don't know that? You are the wolf in a sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to excuse us. What? Kazuma's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. It's bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please! Do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. These handcuffs. You surely don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-san's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Kazuma. This was 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? I won't get in any trouble? Ha 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 ha! Don't you find it funny to be a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England just to watch me to study? It was really something else that they brought your luggage in here, though. The way the Russian crewmen just tossed your traveling case onto the floor, I thought I was going to die. Yes, it's quite believe that. I really didn't think you would fit inside my trunk. You must even less man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I was breaking every bone in my body. Well, about 50 days into a dock at Great Britain. If you can find yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. That's what I want to know is, why do we need to keep a secret from the young lady? From our faithful logistical assistant, Mikabara? You mean? From your close friend, more to the point, sure we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe you'd give me away. No, but if you knew what we'd done, it would make her guilty of it by association. Best that only I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time the steward's supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to this hiding inside your traveling case, I'm sure it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. Tell you what, why don't you write keep you out of something on a piece of paper? What? They can see over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for 15 days. How could this have happened? We're supposed to be going on an adventure to England! Together! We'll leave at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make a trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not the murderer. Duh! You said before. You admitted everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Toto-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask you of you two. Oh, with those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is find out what really happened. He's really been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the game was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole windows, and the boiler door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? You're still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please understand, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, there's no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn until an expert has been consulted at the next port of call. So presumably that means there's no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably there was something you knew the answer to better than anyone else. Please. Whatever you say, you're in here at the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but he would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he didn't come. No one can make sense of what he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already there when Soda-san arrived at the cabin's door, I wonder? I knocked. There was no reply. Next time I become worried. Don't find a member of the crew. Could have been forced the cabin door open if we managed to get inside. There was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape now is exactly where he found it, I suppose. I have no idea what happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's very hard to believe. This is very hard to believe for me too. Trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Oh, why the head feels so heavy? It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you on board the ship, Nabu-san? You said something before being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left from Japan. We left from Japan now. I've been shut in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied time for long without being noticed? I'm noticing. No, that would have been possible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma-san invited me. He wanted you to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What was the real reason? Why do you have such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea I've had in my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I don't think you were serious. You have the talent for it. I could assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is a spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world, in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Because my son he's always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me, a little. The look in his eye then. It was darker than I've ever seen before. I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry to keep a secret from you, me stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Sama-san, I expect he was trying to protect me before I become guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night, here in the cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma bought me something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into the wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeper that you didn't even stir when Kazuma was being killed. Well, yes. He was drugged. The food was drugged. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is there something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Tada-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. The trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand why. Why does this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow it to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? Hands tied, like whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what are you supposed to do then? I'm going to investigate what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. I'm so sorry, but but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah! Did she just judo flip me? She did. She judo smacked me. What the? That was a total takedown. Total what? What martial art is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes. You're innocent. I need evidence. But how much to do? Have you gotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. Maybe you sent some conclusive evidence? Do I have any evidence? This paper is still right from the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I never forgot how Kim reacted. Do you expect Rogue to be able to read that? He said. Still, I hope people get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew was creepy out open the doors. You can see the resin of the glue we used to stick over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So we pulverized rice into a paste and used it instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice was a precious ration. That's why I spread it as thinly as possibly could. I couldn't bear the waste any. Wait, that's not his badge number, is it? Personal student, oh, it is. Okay. No, I can't skip these, which is annoying.
Yes!
Tell me, what I was discovered in the wardrobe before? Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? No. Yes, it was. I remember clearly. Thought so. It was always put in place whenever I was sleeping there. Just in case Cabin Steward or crew member tried to have a look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered it peeled the sign off from the wardrobe door before opening them. If I was truly the culprit, I could have climbed inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Very well, if you were sprawled hopelessly on the floor. I can see why Kazuma thought so highly of you. Thank you, Sada-san. Now, do you think you could help me up? Any reason I want to stop you from investigating here at least? Thank you. I finally believe me. I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the Stik dome back in position. Does he think I'm a magician? For now, I should just forget thoroughly its possibilities in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get the work started, son. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. But I shall be watching you. Make sure nothing is disturbing the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using a conjuring trick to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Nope. Next time investigating, Kazuma. I swear. I will avenge your death! Examine! Which I see what the Russian crewman makes the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering, how's it going? The investigation, I mean. Godmother told me the Japanese people People do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have information though. I'll have to keep trying. So, last night, did you know anything out of the ordinary at all? Net! No, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room. You make you silent. I said no more to you. I had a nerve. Wait a minute, there seems to be a little flustered. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Sada-san? Whenever I examine it, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Oh yes, not good. I just realize you're foolish as in me as regards that Nobuno. Ah, there's more. Why B and M? Let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I looked at one thing! See, the Japanese word for justice. Brush straight true, just like Kazuma. Yes, he's got a view always a reflection of his heart. Yet you really look into those characters without feeling shame, knowing that you who drew them so thoughtfully. Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away in the ship. Now you're going to bring that up here, are you? I can't win. Look, Kazuma's present sword. He never anywhere without it. Yes, you're always saying that Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe I had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose it just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I do not remember his bloody spirit go just yet. That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? No, I'm not a dog, Soda-san. I ate it on the table, of course. Which breaks the question of how did the plate end up on the floor? Kazuma didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. He didn't touch it, which means more for me. Oh no! Does that mean Kazuma spent all last night with you in an empty belly? Just too horrible. Oh no, I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an edgy stomach. Nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, it seems strange. As I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-san. No. What do you think of this? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whenever things appear broken, clean and two. They got such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute green Nesugute feather from kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He would have secretly carried little trinkets around like this with him. Would he? Mark beside it. What is it? I wonder if I'm sort of brick like you. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere in this cabin. Ah, they take the ones you've done. I wonder how the crewmen forced the door open. They've all been firmly closed. That's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. It slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with If the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin. That's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. Once it goes to me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across on the outside in the room situation like this. Oh yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin's frame is made of metal, sealed together perfectly. It would be not possible to use that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Don't look at me like that! And she goes at me like, if your pins and needles got down my spine. Books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, at the top of them. Look, shook, they've all toppled the same way. What's this? A statue of the god of the sea? I thought it had fallen over as well. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, run down all at once. I wonder if perhaps Cosmo was doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books in the statue. Could it be the way something is thrown around the case? I wonder. Well, I'll set everything straight again. Honestly, like it's a mess. Here's a rule of passage aboard the Princess Broya. Firstly, a list of requirements from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. Just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. That's a very large shopping case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was bored on board inside that case. Oh yes, I see. It says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight would have been which I should have realized in the foreign language. I was turned over and over, then tossed on the floor like here. Oh dear, being stowed away isn't romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than the Satoru takedown. Did Cosmo write this before he died? It looks like he's written in ink. He must have knocked ink. He must have knocked the desk and collapsed on the floor. I thought I was supposed to write this message dripping his finger in the spillage? Poor Kazuma. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. I don't think it's Japanese, Number-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? So Dick Cosmo would have sat wherever he was riding. London Diary. Poor Cosmo, he didn't even make it to the destination. The last statue is incomplete, which means, what? In the middle of writing it is when the incident happened. Let's see what it says. Give me a valuable clue. Hiya! Ah, my spine! Ah! The other question, what? I know somebody is a part of this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Or something important, something relevant to the case. Alright, alright. I won't read it. Help me back up. Poor customer-son. I don't like prying people's personal matters either, but in this case, the need more clues are important. I'll come back for you. In some 2 weeks, since we set sail in Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe this entire time, never son? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making the voyage your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when the member of the crew might come in. So yes, it did basically have to live in the wardrobe. At least night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what happened here in the cabin? No, sadly not. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. The hole is through the fresh air so they can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, not must have connected to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear too. You're right. But if it's supposed to allow fresh air into the room, sure should have connected to the outside. It's true. It's the rain and spray don't feel the way. The sea is rough, things like that. I suppose. Maybe it is. Who the fuck? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, look, he might be European. Oh. How did he? You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is, how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. Tall and suspiciously tall. Never-son, don't tell me. You don't really know who that is? Well, no. I don't have foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Even though he's a member of the crew, there's something very unusual about him. And if he's investigating the customer's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we should have to talk with him. I'm just imagining, or does some look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I thought you've noticed already, but just in case, push the spacebar on people in the crosshairs or convene with them. Alright then, I thought that specifically told gentleman start to see what it's the same himself. Oh, please do. Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in the book. When I was studying, it talked about life in Great Britain. Large houses often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring the bell from some servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Should I give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of culture research, obviously. I suppose no one comes to lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just everyone's busy. That's all. Excuse me? Sherlock Holmes, excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation! Maybe we should leave him alone. He just seemed a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps. Would be for the best. Greetings! I haven't kept you. What exactly are you doing in Customer's deck just now? I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It's like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, I see everything clear now! The train of reasoning that runs my course. My deduction is crystallized. You you have to be in Afghanistan. I perceive just by recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, a visiting venturing towards the foreign climes, you have found yourself in the most troubling of predicaments. Or, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really most elementary introduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassinations in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when bare-boned occupation of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe this summarizes the fact beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Now, nothing deceives these eyes. You're an idiot. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am! Do you see another on this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin of 16 victims to his name? I don't even have one person to my name. Hey, Gray. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-san. What? And you're plotting a revolution in two? It's shameful behavior, Nomura-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way Hiya! Ah! Ah! My spine. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sakes, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that comes to your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards the foreign claims, you find yourself in the most troubling of predicaments, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route for England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure what you call it a deduction, more of a plain observation. Indeed, observation, my dear boy, is basis for all deductions. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings the barrier constitute, and more often than not, I am right. Ha ha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. Now, how remiss of me. Here's Sherlock Holmes. I'm the great detective of the country, known throughout the world, known to the men and women all over the world. The indomitable Sherlock Holmes. So it really is you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. Yes, the very same. The indomitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Soda-san? He's the most famous detective in the world. Nomura-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. We'll have to work out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're the great detective, are you? Sorry, what's your name again? Indeed! I'm none other, the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. So you're German. Herlock, was it? No. I don't have the hair, I mean. I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You read about this exploit in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Remus magazine. It's full of wondrous short stories and interesting articles of Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I've sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am! You read many of your own stories, you've started to think you are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backwards? My trusty biographica records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Oh. No one tell him that he's dead. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, at this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deductions, you see. To me, it is science, logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observation notices even the most subtle of reactions to its subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination in his posture. Fingernails, arm sleeve, far over his skin. All these are great. All things are data. Right. And trained logician makes deductions from this data in a blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eyes and claim that? So you see, I have turned both observation and for deduction and frame. That one makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about the particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose to cover the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you. Now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious over customers' summons this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And then I concealed myself among their numbers, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, lucky for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And then the handcuffs seemed to be excellent fit for Mr. Naruto. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent. Oh really, two facts you say? Mr. Sholmes, please tell us. What were the two facts apparently you came to when you came to this cabin this morning? Ah yes, but first, let's be precise. Two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The true fact is that I deduced were mere momentary glances at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The camera was locked from within, rendering escape culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following the spectacle of the acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. You said the victim was Russian? Further dying message left the victim on the floor. How about also today? That's Russian for wardrobe. Do you think Cosmo could have left the dying message in Russian? Do you really think Cosmo would learn Russian? In the final moments, they find their native tongue, filling their heads for this young man Russian. Cosmo was Russian. No, he's Japanese, you idiot. Intentionally, I consider Gerdrobe may have been the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gerdrobe, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be not wrong to look inside the wardrobe. There, at least. Where I found you, Mr. Nobuto, sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if memory serves, that if it's a traditional dress of Russian people. For fuck's sake. A school uniform traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. I had no idea the detective could get something so wrong. I took a photo of the victim with the message, and that's my analysis for possible hidden details. $5 says he's left-handed. This taken immediately after the young man was discovered. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before anybody was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already taken away by the time I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Naruto? Yes. Thank you. A photograph of the crime scene entered into the court records. Can I ask you something, Mr. Soames? What pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary freeing Russia and all that. Ah, yes. The train of reasoning led me to the truth. You mind explaining what the train of reasoning was to me? What do you think? Currently, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Think about your deduction before. Things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, now the famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, more of the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary assassination of 16 part. Ah yes, more sorry details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here, this is morning paper. Main headline reads: Revolutionary Valentin Brodsky flees Russia via Shugande. This paper report called at Shingai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. So was customer Russian. It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because the customer wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime is the same merciless revolutionary. One who killed the very man who helped him to escape after the true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Yes, you. Valmblovsky. No, no, no. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you're a very similar revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please! And I might add your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Oh, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? 16 victims of assassination to blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah yes, the sheriff's clearly viewed the man printed all these pictures in this article. The deeds the man portrayed thus far, those he was plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Brabowski was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returned from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated in here in the article. Brabowski recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Or even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. A little memento of the great deduction. Thank you? I've observed all the interest within this pages. No need to rubbish not been nearby. Article of root solution has been added into the court records. And you may find article on the back paper of the interest as well. On the back, cast your eyes over sometimes the interest takes you. Though I may need some time to interpret. Yes, I can't read it. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. Prepare you are floundering in the sorry start. Allow me to offer some assistance. That article on the front page of the newspaper concerns the fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary Velbrossi flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It also reveals that the man with the beard, their own eyes never lie to tell the tale. My goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper's photographer was right, wasn't he? The solution was obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he'd nearly shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Whoop! This is interesting. You found something relevant to notice, Sen? Well, no, I mean, look at them might be interesting. I can't read a single word of it, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. Look at this picture. That's something this beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose your article is like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah! I'm glad you noticed the article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of the contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere. This Mr. Sholmes. The disappearance of the young lady last night. Renowned ballerina of Nozo Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. During the performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She, of course, the talented young Niskoto Povolina. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It appeared that the woman was in costume when she was found missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara she pictured, which was worth 20,000 rubles. Oh, 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Innocent's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is property of Nevada Ballet. It would seem the director is beside himself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both the bit of Bellier and the valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance at all ports of sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russians' thing to do. I'm not even going to identify that response, Mr. Naruto. I should just call him Naruto from now on. I'm a terrible person. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't have to read it, but I suppose I wouldn't have to glance at the article. Maybe there might be some picture or two. Before we start talking, we were examining desk, weren't you, Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim. Do you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. The victim engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosmo was keeping notes from the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could be upset people. Tragic. Something ought to be perhaps you'd like to keep before act of reading. You mean you read it already? It's my business to know that other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know spatting of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what the Satura takedown is. Tadasa-san, aren't you going to throw a detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Nada-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belongs to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as for the author is cut short. Tell me, what's the nature of his writing? Pray precise in details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sonara, Bonsai, Megadoko. Nader. Just trust me. Fuck, he's a weeb. This diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So was all this showing up before then? You were trying to show me. I'll be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry of Cosmo's son Jerry consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:32 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I just never heard the expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was me referring to the lattice on the wall, which connects to the adjacent cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. The diary is entered into the court record. I'd better give you enough to consider the time being, at least. So I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary has piqued my interest. The matter warrants a further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes holds. Oh, I suppose. I think you have investigated the cabin next door, which is the ventilator next to. Great detective like curious breeds. Our minds revel in stagnation. We have crave mental exhilaration. Oh, so yes, I intend to investigate henceforth. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps we could go with you? No, that'd be somewhat complicated. What? Why? So because your wrist would reveal the answer. Flip him off! Oh, these. After all, you're the project in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn that into a question. You're the one who decided that I was the culprit in the first place. What do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as a culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you're clearly misguided. I wouldn't have no such cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Are you quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said it to your face if you were a criminal, you know. Not really. So what were you looking at my knees before, so great detective you are? Oh, anyway, what's all? That's all then. That is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, you must play the part of more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes. Ham just laughed at my face. The scene of humor twisted his name. Never son, what are you just standing there for? You must go and investigate next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can just... Hiya! Why? After I could spend all his time dying and struggling to leave us a clue, you want to give up. You just want to roll over and accept your fate. Ugh, she gave me the choice to roll over part. Take your time to investigate. Let's finish off here first, don't we? Let's go down to where we can in this cabin while we wait for the chance to slip to next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look to be good for me, but there's still things I can help myself. I hope the customer with everything I can do to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that something wrong, Namada-san? Oh no, it's just the criminal standing next to the door. I have a feeling I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, he does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Yes. What can I do for you? He's undercover again. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is. Inspector Honasaga? Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. I nearly stopped, I hope. I just have special orders on the undercover member of this crew aboard this ship. Again? You should have seen undercover. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expect to see this man on the board. Perhaps his presence will help me out of this hopeless situation. What special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I'll take full responsibility. For what? My orders were act as a Sodi's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice. Looks like he pushed for this overseas study tour. Go ahead. And trust me with ensuring Osogis reach the Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How? Who could have that possibility? I'm not sure. But in these complicated times, the tensions between the world great powers. Mr. Josuke said he would be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Because my son was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give you the visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, visiting one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been aboard. From morning till night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and SOG sends dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector! So is there anything I can do to help you now? Just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazma's death ourselves. Though you might be... You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, you need to be allowed to... So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to ship safety. If you're moved even to touch the handle of the cabin door, there's so many looking seamen here which surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just stowaway here, I think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? Give me something to work with you, do you think? I need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had solid reason to go, the reason why next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I would do anything to receive the captain and allow it. Oh, lay my life on the line if I had to. There may be a way. What, really? Think of how you tried to persuade me, even to the son. I was meant to be a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? Same thing when you're in court. It's done many times during your trial. So that's 2% to the personnel. And choose the evidence the person inspector would use. What's that? It's Kazma's diary. Just before he died, Kazma writes something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, it looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? That's strange. Yes, I'm trying to work out what he meant by that. I'd like to know is... Don't tell me the ventilator... It is it? A very astute inspector. We have to clear the Joe's next door of the cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate there, we might be able to work out the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave the cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. There's going to be strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have those investigations to you. Really? You're going to let us do that? Yes. As long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs though. But what about the captain? You're not against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise that I'll lay my life on the line that I happen to take convincing the captain. After all, I failed to keep our family safe. It's the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment, Hannah-san. Let's just move to the living cabin. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Anything new? Nope. Wrong one. the passageway. Now strap. It's 7:48 a.m. To process our first class cabin passenger way. Phew, finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this wasn't quite what I was expecting. Less suspicious out here than I thought would be the most oxygen combination. Yes, indeed. Husband's being sent to study by the government. That's why he's being put in the first class cabin. Even still, they're twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? Must have been awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. Next door leads into the second class accommodation. First is making sure no one comes here, so we shouldn't, I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. I would have thought you'd used the ship by now. Well, yes, no, I know. But the thing is, I was inside of his trunk for the first time I came aboard. Ever since then, I've been shut inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Mousetrap. Ah, trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. But they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. So you think it's called cheese, made from milk of cows? Cheese? I wonder what it tastes like. You can't eat it, Never-san. The trap would stab your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You're not actually going to try it, were you? What I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. You'll find a little snack for you later. I want snack. First cabin number 1. That's our cabin. It's not our cabin. It's Kazuma-san's. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to a wardrobe inside the cabin. You know to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? It's an emergency alarm. Probably best not touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. It's like the alarm sets through the bell ring over there. Ship would bring the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. Let's see. What are you doing, Upzone? You mustn't touch it. But an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. I know you're following an alarm for. If you're going to bring the vessel to a standstill for no good reason, it'll be an even worse situation. Ah, I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you do something foolish, just make something it doesn't affect everyone else. This is it. The cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yeah, the ventilator which cabin sort of rope, they saw the pickled band emerging. Maybe whoever captain helped solve the pickled mystery, let's ask. Bah! Oh, excuse me? We, need to get inside this cabin here. So that speaks volumes. Clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign to put over the wardrobe doors. Although Miss Ben's vision is definitely more effective. It looks like he's not going to let us pass. That's the problem. On the planet of the SS Berry, each deck, look. The Berry is a very large-scale steamship with triple-skinned hull, a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how such a large hunk of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, it's really quite simple now, son. It is? Well, considering the Japanese archipelago, the islands of Japan, yes, they're not metal, they're enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than the ship. Do they sink, do they? No, they've been floating happily on sea since God created them. Well, I suppose so. That's a huge book on top of the table there. A huge book on top of the pen next to it. Yes, looks like the ship's log. Do you have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. It's writing a rough and sturdy sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. I think I do appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure it's the rough and ready is much a compliant in the sun, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's logs is mostly blank. Presumably means there was nothing to report. Let's wait to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach the handle of that door, that burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started to think of talk. I just started with talk from running away. There's no way I can run away. My cousin's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but can I ask you for something? You are the stowaway murderer! Ah, that wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you perhaps ask something of you? You're the third class little... You're the third class lady's maid. Oh. You seem to be accorded to sailor on a bad day, citizen. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me the name. I am Senior Crewman, Biff Stroganoff. Phew. Doesn't he just avoid eye contact, I think. First class coming area. Mr. Stroganoff, what's the first class about this first class coming area? Here we have the finest part of Britannia's ship. Very, very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings, queens, traveling in secret. Many important persons. That's why I always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I would pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Megastone is currently occupied? Okay. Did you understand that? It sounded like, da! I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other captains without invitation. Well, it sounds like we need someone next door to let it come in at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us about the traveling the cabin next to us, Mr. Osagi? His name is Mr. Gibson Revolt. He's a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of the student boy. I'll give you a story about that. Mr. Valentine is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man could never be interested in Louis student from insignificant Far East Island. That was harsh. Could you tell us Mr. Valentine came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kevin's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin. I've ever felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must rather be important. Isn't that right? That is not your business. You're on watch here all the time, Steven Stroganoff? Da, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Is that the student boy? You were on watch all last night as well? Of course. Is there anything about that time? Anything unusual? What? You understand that? It was clearly a no. I said nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear strange noises or sense anything wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. Sorry. I'm not sure. I could have sworn that I wouldn't catch it. Only for some. That's enough. I cannot say any more now. Oh. Tell me the portals, Captain. You must run to turn to your cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead second class. Staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistle atop of the mountain, or English say when pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. That book on top of the table was really huge. The pen with it too. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is precise. Last night's log is mostly blank. Sure, that means there was nothing to report. I want the cheese. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. It's a ventilator which comes from the sun right so I've practiced playing for. Maybe whoever's cabin has helped us solve the particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. Must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break down the door. Mr. Sholmes, I shan't be stopped. Not when fighting something and rather kicking the door and hunches. If it hinges. Please just wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door's not appear to be bolted. Doesn't? Then how do you do to dispatch the merciless urge to pray like I can kick? I think we should go in and see the time of stress relief. Who are you? Where's the gentleman? The man who looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. This old man appears to be the only person here. In that case, who's here? Who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse me, Christian. Mr. Gertie, Rowlett, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are. I am the one and only actual Sherlock Sholmes. You heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm the great detective among the great detective, the one who adorns the cover of Pocket magazines, no less. I assure you, you may trust in me completely. Man, the magazine is like a business card. A detective? I don't trust detectives. Well, distinctly, I heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. There might be, behold, that's what happened to that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit into a small trunk like that? Quite fashionable these days is not traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that? Did you notice it? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I shall call the steward. So this is Cumber's neighbors. Mr. Grigsby Revolt. There's no doubt about it, that strange Russian man is hiding something. That's a woman. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if you can find the clues before the Barely Say returns. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Holmes? You need another. You need only adjust me as Sholmes. That's what I just did. Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating the sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe, at least waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call upon the great powers of deduction into service. Oh. As it would seem an hour's upon us now. A time has come! Am I mistaken? Well, no actually. You're spot on. For once. Observe closely. A Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Revolt, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon against the Russian hiding secrets? What? Why? It's the truth, of course! Though we should be pointed out such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russians would react when the secret he guards is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what about the scene may as well astound you. I'm about to apply the great detective's great deduction to the case. This man be more heckledly proud of the previous Russian than asking. What? Look, from time to time it occurs to me. This fellow dubious is an account of Russianness, or Russian on account of dubiousness. I really don't think either of those are things should be occurring to you. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I don't know this man's beard because it's hard to ignore, especially the first meeting. But once read its capital and makes theories before you have all the evidence. It inspires your judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you appearing to my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can only be another mission that accommodates all of these facts. Mr. Writer, I have reached two incontrollable conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. With no shears, you're about to end the existence of something you most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the conclusions I have drawn, you are, at the very moment, in the midst of a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers nervously, tension when you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ah. Oh, no, son. I imagined you witnessed one of some great deductions for your eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all those who know about a person. What? Infallible twaddle? Oh yes, your brother could tell us times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I wonder if this sonic impact was educated firsthand. It's like a dream come true. I can't believe it, all this colour to James Mr. Wright's face. Like some members of Strange's conclusions were right. How could you possibly know such things? As you say. Tea time, I got a biscuit. 1 second. Well then, I shall educate. I shall explain how I came to arrive at this pair of conclusions. I do according to investigate upon my journey to logical discovery. This is a broader train of reasoning. Put it plainly, let's work through the deductions together. Holy shit, this is actually a new game mechanic. The stupid ring random. Obviously, it catches guy in the first place. The enormous pair of shears in his hand. Now ourselves, I could possibly want such an implement. And of course, it's staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away your copious beard. Sport. Now moving on. Question is begs this: why did you desire to get rid of yourself this magnificent beard, Mr. Royalty? Well, Royler. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on this matter. Guys, if you will, the morning newspaper, particularly the fascination of the front page article, which would appear you have read also, Mr. Royalty. Which I need no further clarification. The episode reveals your true identity. The article is about the revolutionary. Translation: Ellen Rain's revolutionary Van Vossy freeze. There you go. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses extremely copious beard. Having noticed the article myself, I decided to remove your incriminating facial beard before I gave you away. In short, George Jones is beyond a doubt. A future Russell Vinci himself, Von Bursky. Not that I have heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for the second conclusion, there you are, the very moment, the brink of committing the most grievous of crime. And the proof is the crime is over there. Oh yes, Mr. Royalta. Taken away as people have prompted to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah. Now I show you I speak much more than equality and honesty and more than the mouth. The answer you seek lies within the fugitive glance of foals. The proof of crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, the travelling case. It's time I think the case be opened up, the contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, you might ask? By my estimation, a young lady perhaps, on the slight enough to fit the theorem. Don't be absurd. And now pray, what be the identity of this young lady your travelling case? Dear me, we're not well studied your life of crime, are we? What careless corruptors betray you? Once again, we only need to follow the fugitive glance to the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your travelling case is equally to be found in the pages of the newspaper. Well, there's another reason to stimulate from the article. If we turn the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, now principally in open branches, it disappeared from Shanghai, which the headline leads us to conclusion. The crimes is that of abduction. According to the article, the young lady's name is Overfovia. That's concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma Alemensky. Taneo-san? Wasn't one of the great deductions I've heard hearing so much about, was it? Well, stories are full of Mr. Holmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Sholmes. Can you come over here for a moment? What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I got your decision in your mind. Not at all. Go on. Let's start with the newspaper and the article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Oh yes, I recall your discussion earlier. At that time, I believe I told you that man as a revolutionary was able to revolutionize his own appearance. Fairness, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Royalton does look more like the man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part of him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, it's truly starting revelation. At first glance, the case would appear to be too small to accommodate such a young woman. At first glance, it is too small, clearly. Be lucky if a 5-year-old child in that case, even if they pushed really hard. I don't suppose this missing ballerina is 5 years old child, is she? You mean you don't know? The young lady's 15. No, I did not know. How could I? Which is 15, then 10 years worth there would be poking out of that case. Some years, some reading, some penance, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote the certain liveliness of their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would totally be simple with itself if consoling oneself to confine in small cases. Oh dear. Might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Nodo, something occurred to me in some deductions just now. I think his power observations are, well, magical? His eyes cut the heart of matter almost instantly. It's just whether the directions of his tensions and his logic seems a little off. Or a little, maybe a little off itself, but this is a no-no. Just one or two key words in his directions seem to a little let him down. So I was wondering, perhaps we could traceably switch them out for alternatives. What do you think? With some key words in the deductions. Yes, very tactfully. See if you can do that. Well, the true genius, Mr. Sherman's great deduction. Precisely, although that's going to be through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder if everyone puts up with me. That's not funny. And you, my good fellow? Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Where are your handcuffs? Oh, what? What the heck? But I thought they may hinder your ability to follow me in advance of the deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel. But don't worry, I'll show restore the shackles to your wrists once we've finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather they stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes, the power presents the logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. I don't want to read all this again. Now what's a pair of shoes in his hands? That's correct. That's where it's wrong. I'm not sure what really she is exactly about the beard. That's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem right with Mr. Reuter either. Which means I suppose that deduction was wrong. We'll try switching the keyword here, Mr. Nursen. Help me out the matters. Alright, but how? I think take a long hard look at Mr. Reuter. What if it is the beard intended to use on the shears? Exactly. You mean imagine finding things that fit Mr. Sense of self-deduction better. Then what? I'll leave the rest to your capable hands, Harada-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if he can set switching around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Rhodes going to use this scissor for? Bet you it's the hair underneath the hat.
Yes!
Nope. That deduction was waiting for me anyway. Yes, I was waiting to hear that. I'm quite proud of it. For myself, one you never heard it pinned. I can move the camera. Oh. What the? I can move the camera. I know I can move the camera. What's this? It looks like okay, that's stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. Point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Royce's head? Growing out of underneath the thick black hair. Oh yes, that's true. It's stunning, beautiful, stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Golden locks. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away. The golden locks are used to support. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not an old man at all, you're a woman, judging from the length you've seen of your hair. One's still very much in her youth. Oh no. Oh no! If I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have been suspected. The question is, why desire to rid yourself of such magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to lead the side to the matter. Further justification. Evidence to reveal the true identity. The article behind the revolutionary. Was that Sherlock? I had no idea men with really young women disguised, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes. Surprise. No, son. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry. Looks like you're the only one to dance around the room, deducting the facts from shrooms. I'm not going to be agreed. I'm finding anything. Strictly business, strictly none. Yes, I understand. No more. Anyways, let's focus on the next part of Shrooms deduction, shall we? The evidence depicted doesn't fit the facts rule now. No, it's true, given Mr. Roger's actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this medical revolutionary. I suppose that because the deduction is wrong, we'll take the whole different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the more understanding them. For some reason, this woman needs to truly try to hide identity. Feels as though I've read this the young women in situations like this recently. Alright, I'll do my best. It is a lady.
Yes!
The article is about the ballerina. That's right. You hit the nail on the head. The round pizza ballerina, lovely badly, disappeared from Shanghai. It appeared that we were finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, but your true name is that of novice ability is a pyramid bestchef. Mr. Fosky Provenza. Blah. Oh god, she stabbed herself in the head. She's pretty. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Miss Divosa. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, for the second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous of crimes. The proof of the crime is over there. Oh yes, Mr. Valenza. Take it unawares, people positively there I astray, you see. Nope, that's wrong. This woman woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of your eyes. So clearly she can't be hiding inside that traveling case as well. That's right. She wasn't abducted at all. But in that case, what is the crime the young woman is apparently committing? Haha, I can see him going to have to step in and get to the mistake again. You seem to be pleased, Nabita-san. Do you like the idea of getting a chance to dance around the showrooms? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what the woman's up to. I wonder if it's that goddamn necklace. Wow, look at that desert tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, no, son. Try it on. What, me? Is it usual girls that wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Why does this have look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
With your crimes destroy this tiara. Huh. This tiara is one of stage dances and of the ballet, is it not? Indeed, it appears that the identity of the tiara pictured here is a newspaper article. And the reporting has been believed it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left the ballet troupe, unfortunately taking their precious tiara with you. Ah. I have no one, no family. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need the money. Why didn't you steal the tiara? Who was a present from? How do you say? An earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. She was only 15 years old, and she runs away all by herself. She must be extremely lonely. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, must be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? Your station refused to open your traveling case in our presence. Reason to conclude, therefore, is this some reason that you don't wish to remain closed? Oh, really? Stupid game. It's not Mr. Fowler. My dear girl, no sense of playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case. Therefore, I have even laid eyes on them. Dear me, you're not really suited for the life of crime, are we? A careless one that betrays you. Once again, you need to follow your fugitive glance to find the answer. Yes, one of your friends over your case is within the bookshelf. Wrong! He's logic to change these circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why is he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? He's just wildly guessing, surely. Oh, don't you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like the reason why this young woman doesn't open her case. Wouldn't it be written the book doesn't even belong to her? Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Waffle is currently cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There's another reason why she wouldn't open the case. It is somewhere in the same area. Defeat gaze involuntary. Agree. Send the answer. Wherever she has the hiding inside that case, she will be revealed by following the gaze direction of the bookcase. These are the rule of passage of traveling aboard the Booyah. Visitors must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets also. Ah, it's a pet. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear. Let's have a few pleasure in the sun. We lots adrift in the freezing cold ocean. We're trying to find a tidy wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been starving this whole time for weeks now, have I?
Yes!
She bought a pet. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is when the rules of passage. Residents will not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. In the case of yours, is something forbidden from the carriage of this vessel. That's the right reason why you refused to open it, thus revealing your contents. We've seen the trunk wobble from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous object would move of their own accord. Let's leave the one possible, Miss Familiar, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed to the passage a pet? Ah, good. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. So clearly you weren't who you said you were. No, I'm not. I'm not gives me a revolt. My real name is Nikolai Povalia. Everything you said was correct. You absconded from during one of your valley performances in order to escape to your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy, bearing a huge steamship with a vast crew. Would you have stuck on board without being noticed? Enough to call you a true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. You tended to discover all links of your past and serving along your long hair. Yet to a woman, the hair is no trifling matter. The personal recommendation is that you leave it all alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, or was it let out the scream you heard from outside the cabin? And that was a very trickling bell by none other than the young lady naturally. Might have all set up pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away from Shogai. I'm sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man, I see. I put my fake beard, and just before I came in here, I saw the newspaper. Where on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I know if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair off as fast as possible. Picked up the scissors in my hand and... at the precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen. From time to time. What are those even talking about the same thing? Just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It's my dear friend inside. The youngest friend I've had hold in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If Kevin finds out, just offending the crusade of the crew. The secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I'll tell you. Let's go. Which great deduction. Well, certainly something. Yes. Just not entirely sure what. But he's specifically agreed to tell us that she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it's incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what? Observe your wrists. My. Ah! Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? How? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Grrr. When and why? There's still a shadow of cure cast over you, Mr. Notostone. Sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? What's Mr. White to say? I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what Becker band the Cosmo wrote Lizari really was. Let me see. Don't touch! Aww. I'll tell you what I know about last night. Please, please. Just don't touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well it should be. A young man is a vulgar manners to have. Poking around a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Yeah, hypocrite. One of the crewmen told me this morning I was eating breakfast. The man who died was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Had people talking? Or perhaps the ship was absorbed into a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that if it happened. Mrs. Pavina, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I could think about last night was what I had done, whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. You ran away from your Bella company, haven't you? That's it. Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain. From here there, I'll go to America. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that sparkling tiara as a reminder. But that tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no memory of my own. Another belly gives me only a little food and water. You must have danced all over the world. I had to run. I had no choice. If I stayed, you would have killed me. You ran away to protect yourself? Yes. The crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. Sherlock Holmes is a part of the story, and he's an absolute twat. But you're on the ship heading to Great Britain. Your best friend was murdered in the cabin you were in, and you've been framed again. His name is Sherlock Holmes. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Valinia, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto? So you're trying to work out Essentially it's a closed box murder. So you and your friend are locked in the room together, or you're sleeping in the wardrobe because you're a stowaway, and the room was locked and he was murdered. So everyone blames you because you were the only one in the room. So you're trying to find out what happened. Yes, of course, of course. I think I heard Mr. Fielding's explanation. What conundrum is, I'm not sure, but the conundrum. Mr. Verda, allow me to propose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you were gone from the ballet. Now, if that being the case, it must have been the last night you boarded this vessel. However, this is where it stopped at no ports last night. That's, of course. So how is it, pray, you able to get me aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. I was just after asking when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. This is not your business. Yes, you were right. I did need to hide him something. An angel descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty, not to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It's how the Russian newspaper described my performances. And that's how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. So Sholmes once never resisted the touch of a dramatic. You think Mr. Verley is the same. A genius descends from the heavens, brings grace and beauty to the detection. The word was once said about myself. I quote from the wonderful advertisement, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Snowy, Showy. Alright, let's look like Mr. Verley is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend mentioned inside your travelling case, right? I don't think anyone was allowed on board, according to the rules of the passage. Please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians will blister themselves in unison and throw you in the case overboard, no doubt. Ah! Really sorry, Mr. Sholmes. But if that's sort of your pet and your friend, is a little puppy? Is it? It's a adorable little rabbit. Ah, you credit the Russians in this land as small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they all have small rabbits here then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. Ha! You two are miserable blunders when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and adversity to strikes. It can satisfy the needs of substance. You'd eat your friend. I remember that. Well, it would appear the friend's identity is closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Yes, he's a massive twat. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should take a show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to send some light on it. So I gotta give her some evidence. This is the diary of my friend. He passed away. His diary? Yes, I wrote it last night before he died. Something a little unusual, it reads. At 12:23 I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 3:35, it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled Ben? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? The ventilated you mentioned joins the cabin, you see. Up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin, the cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Mr. Volney, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound perhaps? It's a bird. No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Rudd. Yes, what? Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once, please. Alright. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave, now! Oh, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Rota. Get out! You heard that. Out! Or we will be throwing you out! Ugh, it looks like I will just have to leave this cabin until later. What a pity. Let's investigate Mr. Volunteer's cabin. We're uncertain is chased out. You know what that is to say? We're quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. By Arnold Schwarzenegger. I wish I hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues that could Ben might be. We might manage to investigate it, we didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine we won't be able to for a while longer. We will ever get past this sailor guarding the door. He's glaring at us to say so. Don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, she's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away quite like the wind, not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Anything new? That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that's the reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. I would wish we had a chance to look around in that pistol's cabin. What? What? What are you looking at? Do you want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh no, definitely not that. Next time I'll throw you out, I'll show you where the lobsters spend their winters, understand? I understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until the figure in my face. Whoop. I don't think he'll even let us forget your face. Now to son. Looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Spectre is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? I'm sure you don't have forgotten, have you? No, Destan? Do you remember you said about allowing us to the cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he laid his life on the line for you. Oh, yes, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might still have some news information for us. You never know. Books of preserved passages are occupied in this cabin. He arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when you first looked up around, remember? Oh yeah, and you tied them up, didn't you? You had to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior, cabin lead to damage. You really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly apart up. I can't relax if things are untidy. Yes, things are untidy. Look at this light outline on the ground. So it's clear. They spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. That's been their unimaginable pointer motive. Sleep in there. Don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine the Cosmo's son would have written his last word or word in Russian. Which being the question, who did write it? This is where Cosmo spent his final moments, writing in his diary. 2:30 AM, I can't hear a faint whistling sound. 2:35 AM, looks like some sort of speckled bandage dangling from the ventilator. And then he died. The end. Death. It's almost impossible to believe that he was gone. He left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We shall solve every mystery now, son. We will. Ah, he is here. I got the shit kicked out of him. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to your face? Please, don't worry about it. It's just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd give me permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then he'd toss me overboard. What? But pummeling was over in a flash. He must have just had decided to study and throw me overboard. There's nothing really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Thanks for the effort. We know a little more about the neighbor's cabin. Yeah. So this is the detective from the first case, and now he's undercover as a sailor. So he's here as well. Oh. A popular man claimed to be the great detective a while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. I shall compare notes then. I'll tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? It's Lily Pavley? She is in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please. What self-respecting ballet fan doesn't know the graceful angel? Ballet fan. Yep, I think I said him there. Well, that tells us neighboring cabin, unrelated to the case at least. Or how? Because the angels do not commit crimes, do they? Inspector, your investigation has provided fruitful. If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene is not disturbed. Ready to hand it over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, tell us, Inspector, please. What's this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The brave medical officer finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the central vertebrae was written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There's no obvious wounds or signs of injury. And so at first I thought they were considering poison. But it turns out they found out no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing been found as yet, but in fact there's no sign of a wound. Just maybe been a blunt object or something like wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact with neck would reduce death. It's a possibility, but no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. Here, your workmen have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. She doubted me. If you mean... Yes, she fell down some stairs, and by stairs you mean the fists of the captain. Victim, Mayor, Far Eastern, time of death, somewhere between 1 AM and 2 AM, cause of death, damage to the central vertebrae, resulting in death. It was most certainly broken as a result. A strong blow to the area, obviously no offense or poison. The great detective, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sherman's, was he? Yes, he seemed to enjoy himself a little too much. He kept on the floor investigating. But he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, he did say one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's what he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what that means. Well, it was when he was over there by the broken piece of glass, you see. Perhaps he was thinking about the brick-coloured mark. You think, ah, yes, must be it. How could Mr. Sherman know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Senator-san? Well, Senator-san was wearing leather shoes, very dark tan hued. Dark tan? Sort of brownish dark red then. Yes, not like the colour red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean the mark made by the polish in Kazuma's shoes scuffed the floor? Which means he was dragged. It means he didn't probably die in this room. all I can really tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. That might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. He looks exhausted. Oh, no. Well, oh no, well. I feel terribly that I failed to protect Agata-san. He was my responsibility. He was undercover the bodyguard, your friend, and failed. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friend. The truth is, I seem to have a very heavy head since I woke up this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Pretty sure they're all drugged by the chicken. I didn't mean to do that. I've been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Agata-san. I think living is quite the right position. Oh no, I suppose not. Well, they must. Yeah, you're not supposed to be on the ship. It's customer's room. My cousin wanted to bring you to Great Britain, so he smuggled you on board. So you've been living inside the closet for like 2 weeks. So this is the ventilator that joins Miss Beverly's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, customers saw something emerge from it. A speckled band, describing it. If only Miss Beverly had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed baffled by as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I'm not sure. I know most people are bored or say something about me, but there's something about the woman that doesn't sit quite right with me. Yo! Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went next door cabin to invest. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hogasa did. That no Japanese, was it? Later, we will roll him into a bar and throw him into the cold room. Phew, he's going back and guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hudson doesn't find himself into too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Lashaval. That'd be a very long time for now, Nida-san. The G policy's been updated, like check this now. This is really such a beautiful colour, this glass. Looks like it has broken clean in two, but the half of it is nowhere to be seen. And there's a brick coloured mark, which is shoe polish, according to the great detective. He's know all about. I suppose it must be from customers and shoes. Maybe, but why would I want to know? How can a detective be so sure about its shoe polish? Something else? He's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Isn't it? So I have to go back to the passageway, it'll probably be updated now. Yep, when you see this box, new things are happening. Ah! Look, Nida-san! Steve's moment is gone. Strong. Enough. With barely Russian a sailor out of the way crossing his arms, going at us. Ah, right. Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounds like someone singing. Tra-la-la-li-la-li-la-li-lay. I did it. I did it great. I get it the great detective way. Oh no. That's. I know that larking. I know that lark-like voice. You'll never mind now. That'll be for us. We must seize the day. Let's get beside the woods where we can. Definitely. Before that steering not creeping comes back. Strongnikov. Mother isn't back yet. Hello-san. Oh, she's gone. Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. Not to mention Nada-san must investigate quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. Kazuma's sake. Just for Kazuma-san. What do you mean? I can't believe how not long now to arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want to be in those hands when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. We must be by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. What's in the bag? I've investigated the story, but I can't find anything out of place. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes? Why? Alright, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when you went looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure any of us could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping you might find Miss Pope with his friend hiding there. No such luck. Those books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that God of the Sea perhaps toppled them too, though? Exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps? I have a feeling that the murder was an accident. Maybe... sorry to hear that, Linkley. You better catch up on the VODs and maybe skip some of the boring parts. I don't know. But I feel like your friend was killed by an accident, like the ship was thrown to the side, knocking everything over and something fell and broke his neck. Right then. Must be you. Lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Everything's bad happened to me as the ship is because of me, you know. Anyway, I'll set them all straight again. You too. I don't like seeing things out of disarray. So this case is open. It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detectives, great deductions, he was hiding a special friend in here. Yes. A friend that he had to keep secret. Because they were not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Bury. And the point? Where is it now? There's just a few books on the desk. Nothing else. He looks of it. Miss Oliver only ran away from ballet last night. Do you really operate a cabinet all this time? That's true. What kind of book do you like to read? Let me see. Yes, I see. It seems that Miss Oliver enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask much people, Nobu-san. Can't really remember that. As far as every cabin is west of Battlefield, you have a look inside and see what's thrown away. Nado-san? It's probably good to shift through some rubbish, you know. Ah, those eyes! She looks like at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. I wonder what this little saucer doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. Like it was put there deliberately. Ah, you don't think it'd be a leak in the roof or just above here? What? A leak? Or a ship? It's a ship, it's quite safe. I'm sure even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself that isn't she? There's one of those next to the bell cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug too. Did your friend, like, did the ship rock? Him fall over. He grabbed the bell cord to try and stabilize himself. Pulled it too hard, which pulled the bell off the wall and hit him in the back of the head, and killed him. It was empty. That's a conclusion that Russians are very thirsty people. Also, maybe because Mr. Boy only came to his cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely you're explicitly thirsty to layer 1001 on it. You'd rather abstain, aren't you, Noda-san? Yes. Displayed in the cabin too, look, a specific blue rules passage. Passengers must not keep any weapons or any other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So Miss Romney realized that she needs to keep a sensitive case secret after she reading this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder if her friend disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Ship's so he doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Yes, although it was fooled by a shipbuilder, must have opened the ventilator into another room. Maybe. You know that there's a huge gas leak next door, and the cockpit of the cabin would notice the raising the alarm. Or the occupants would both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night it comes to a rate that he saw a speckled band hanging from his ventilator. I think I've searched everything. The cabin door is the same as sample bolt of latch of the cabin has. The bolt doors across. No one could ever come from the outside. Yes, it's not particularly heavy duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, it was made of metal. There's no chance the trick would use magnets unbolt from the outside. And we stood up. It stood up perfectly true to stop the seawater from coming in. I don't see that any method of Tommy passing the thread through the crack around the door either. It seems not a lot of tricks opening doors. I'm starting to see why you're suspecting me. I think that's everything. I guess not. What am I missing? Got everything in the room. Huh, so his cabin. This will be our chance. What? Let's say it doesn't appear to be around the... We investigate. Everything else in the cabin. I'm sure we could go that far, but we could certainly do a lot looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Search the whole goddamn cabin. Try this place. First class cabin, number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. Cosmo's son cabin. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small is the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Better has managed to uncover the new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Maybe I probably could have sent something to him. Move. Cosmo's cabin. Probably the same as last time. She called her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm certain of whatever it is. It's inside the traveling case of her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Oh! I thought about this guy. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, look. Well, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing something. He seems to be stealing a look at something and singing to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la, I did it the great detective way. He's singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or is he still be extremely high-spirited? Yes, there are times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, the lucky hairlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Sherlock Holmes! Mr. Sholmes! Oh, it's you! You wanna fight him? Honestly, interrupting a fellow was singing. What can I do about such a kinetic finish? Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop. I figured you'd do as good time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. You put those fists away. Mr. Sholmes, do You seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. He's immersed in the study of the ship's log, penned by a starkly built crewman who usually on guard here. Ah, yes, the ship's log. Did you find any useful information? Well, after 2 a.m. in the morning, majority of the entries go blank, which means there's nothing to report, nothing that happened. So, you truly are student of the land of rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, it's inverted. Whatever do you mean, Sholmes? Let's have the other pages. It shall become clear. It would seem that the game crewman stands off in the scenery first-class passageway. And it seems almost religious practice recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, so he writes every 30 minutes. Nothing to report? Precisely! Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. What do you mean? Yes, the circumstances afoot last night, which led me to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can ensure something significantly took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log into your mental file. The ship log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction is worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand why my way is. I see. You make Sherlock Sholmes' brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? You hurt? Oh, don't worry myself. Seems I affected by a bit of throbbing head and morning for some reason. Nothing more. Did someone drug everyone on the ship at dinner? On to our next encounter. Everyone was drugged. Everyone's knocked out. He's still singing to himself. I can hear him. He wanders off down the passageway. Something's wrong, Sando-san. You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Or you too. It's see, everyone has had this thing. The chicken was poisoned. Ding ling 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 ling. What's that? Shut down the engine immediately. Vessel side a quarter mile for. Full stop. Hard starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Son, hold on to me. Soda-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Soda-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship came to a stop. Oh my goodness. What are you, Soda-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is there anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Alright, that sounds like... Inspector Hoggins? Oh, Inspector. Is that you in there, Noda-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door. It's bolted. Did you do that, Noda-san? No, I didn't touch it. Now that's strange. How did... And... all the books. They're just like they were before. Again. No, son. Aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. I knew the invaders outside would be pleasant. I hurried around to tidy up their cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Right now! Ninth of January, SS Beret, Miss Pavolta's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. I took a deep breath and I slid back the bolt. Yo, what are you doing in Miss Pavolta's quarters? Ah, you're both unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? You heard something about we're going to collide with another ship? Yes, it appears it won't be a false report though. Oh? How'd that happen? The dense fog outside, extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought I saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why they made an emergency stop. Everything's in chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crews are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone's triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black. You're the devil! Sorry, me? I've been caught a lot of things before, but a devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No. You didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Vilova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. It's not enough that he killed by him. He killed him, man. Da! You lost doorway as well. If victim promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's trespassing, as well as everything else. Stolen away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are a devil. This doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. They will give you straight to the police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Officer. Is there nothing you can do? This is the Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to Captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch things. Do you want me to show you the crawfish that hibernates? Hiya! Magaga! My spine. So, what do you think you're doing? Ow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? God damn it, Sherlock! For fuck's sake! What the? What are you doing up there? He has a tiara on his head as well, for God's sakes, man! Mr. Shams! Naturally, I was analysing the weight of the 20,000 ruble felt on my one's head. I've not told you that as a detective, it's my business to know other people do not. This is tomfoolery, my boy! Oh, no. Well, You're hanging out from a hook before then. Is it obvious? You probably assessed the weight of the 20,000 rubles. Naturally, I was determined it would bend the concealed looking hook on the wall with full baggage of bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again. The great detective. Inspector! I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report most urgently. Well, you might want to try looking for somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is your report? Speak! An urgent report from the great detective mean one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder took place last night. Here on this vessel, the steamship warrior has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I've eliminated all the possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to eliminate you on your minds. For I am about to reveal the great detective's great Amaya deduction in the case. Oh, another deduction sequence. Fun! Ha! You've been solved it? Even a hedgehog understands the case. We all knew it was responsible for killing the student boy this morning. It found the criminal in the wardrobe. It is you stole away. And it was a handcuff to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, it doesn't appear anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because everyone knows the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. This means the culprit must have someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, and then it's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da! Locked room! That's the point! The room was locked? I certainly did not. I can't deny that. There's no way to bolt the door across the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door was not so-called a locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. The entrance that was used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite all bolted door. Another entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It gapes open the mouth as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? Not even I can put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are thick as a tree trunks. You suggested the culprit entered the last victim's cabin through the tiny opening. That's not possible. But it is! Last night, the victim witnessed the intruder after passing through the ventilator. Mr. Soames, you mean... You're referring to the words commemorated in his diary? 3:30 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 2:33 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill? Precisely, madame. But what does this mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that is prickly conundrum. Is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold! Kaya! Raga! What the? There's a snake on your face. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake. Indubitably. It's a Pegasus snake. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake, isn't it really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, wouldn't you say? Alright, I think in this case you would have called it the strapped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think the precisely trap to which the culprit wishes you to fall? My goodness, really? Is it a trap? How exactly? There's a snake on that man's face and he's doing nothing about it. I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Povova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that's all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole time, nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Huh. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She turned white as a bowl of rice again. Jones must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Sogi? He can't yell because there's a snake on his head. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise you for little movement if possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of the long friend of yours in the neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Aurora, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yet when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Nope, that was wrong. And show the very pain, the evidence you example linked to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin's proportionist night? Why, naturally, it was a friend of yours which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? That's correct. Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend, writhing serpent here, was the forest. Nope, it was a sailor. And yet, the fact leaves me one quandary. The victim's written observation when I questioned tell of a speckled band. West, regrettably, this specimen marks does not fit the description of that way. With the explanation we give, pray? Well, it's decided to fall upon the victim's eye last night. No, don't look at me. I had nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You answered the quandary even now, hiding behind your back. Yes, that was you are failing to conceal. Is only be the snake's skin. Evidently, after the simple horror of crime, where a deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator, visible into the cabin, Speck would shed its skin to the next door. Using the bell quarters on the other side as a bridge, Speck slowly descended onto the victim's quarters. In the dim night, it appeared the young man who was about to lose his life, speckled band. In summary, nature of this friend of yours, which last time infiltrated the scene of the crime. It's a rare breed of snake, whose marking changes each time it sorts its skin. The snake is so dreadful, you can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depth of India. How Mr. Sorian died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear that the victim was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the second event of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Nope. There was no poison in his body. Now we have that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine there remains of evidence to affirm the scene of the crime. No one could be there. Yes, examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. There's almost, but not quite, incidental puncture wounds found with fangs filled with the truth. Yes, the adventure of the snake bite delivered to your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Avalia. There's an incident. You endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But your involuntary glance betrays your hiding place. Choose. That's right. You hid the evidence in the traveling case. Nope. When you first met the cabin, it came to my attention your case moved periodically. Your stubborn assassin is a relentless insider, no doubt. You don't... This is something the victim made a note of a low whistling sound heard in Miss Void end. That's your signal, is it not? The sound that you used to train your servant's friend? To train? Indeed! You put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period of time, you summon it back with a whistle. You could have known the animal had done its duty when you listened to the signs next door. If it appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. You don't deny the snake's undergone such training. It's not true. Have you ever threw the ventilator down the bell cord? Because you needed to only stick its fangs in once. The venom will course through the victim's veins, ending in existence forever. That's the true nature of the speckled band who took the poor man's life. If you don't know doubt, my logic is infallible. Ain't that cute? But it's wrong! That concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Disorder. They trained a petting the killing machine. There on the floor will serve the saucer of milk, but most of the fruit is like training for any creature. Incredible. You solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great detective really lives up to his name. I see how Sherlock Holmes becomes such a household name. My dear man, there's nothing remarkable. Just the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could have ventured your opinion, Mr. Sholmes. But of course, what is on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. That didn't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions in my methods. You answer both gladly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, thanks to egg-laying creatures, part of the reptilian family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No matter, Miss Poverties. Use some treat to encourage the pet snake for their bidding. Milk is merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there's something else. The snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madame, what about tales from Arabia? You've never heard of snakes that dance to the sound of a flute. I think perhaps performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. Those creatures are practically useless. They're taking it on the snakes, Mr. Slomes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use their scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure the snake could manage to climb a flat bell cord like ones like the cabins. Then you should try harder! Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sloanes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. That's what I'm trying to say. It's that the number of reasons that it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been part of this. Ah, deafening silence. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Nobuto. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Shamilton's latest seduction and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling yours was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. If that was what you're waiting, that's what I was waiting for. Mr. Nobuto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, they shall be restored once the work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. So then, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes proudly presents The Logic and Reasoning's Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sloanes. Miss Favora, a moment ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing more to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. And you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart... Nope. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. Looks like death is weighing heavily on her mind. But I'm not sure Miss Holmes is reading the quite correctly, is it? Is it? Could be something other than interpret her expression then. Let's take a moment and really look closely, Miss Pavalia. Oh, what's this?
Yes!
Yes, when you call those horrid events, the claw scratches marks with pain. Indeed, simple observation reveals that your wound was fresh. Miss Pavalia, did you in fact receive a scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And then when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And that very pain is evidence that it will link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin the first night? Why, naturally, it was a friend to which you have brought in this vessel, is it not? Oh, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is writhing serpent before us. That is incorrect, sir. It's not the stretch mark with his back of his hand before his hand. It was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they do not. They don't even know the hands or feet which claws might grow. Then, well then, if that's a snake is in her pet, then what is it? The true identity is a friend of hers. We should follow her gaze, isn't it, son? Find the answer. Hello, picture. Ah, look at the photograph in the frame. This must be something Miss Emily's brought with her when she ran away. She's absolutely beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. True about her personality, a little bit black creature holding in the corner of my eye. Maybe better take a close look at this.
Yes!
Without a doubt, your little friend is this kitten you see before us. Yes. Scratches on the back of your hand mark that are abundantly clear. Oh no. Whereabouts of this black kitten is unclear. But what is clear? That you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darker is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darker would be a Russian blue. And yet, that leads us quite a quandary. If you didn't read an observation in that question, it was a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen marking does not fit the description in any way. Which explains with the gift, pray. What is it the sight that fell upon the victim's eye last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with this. Oh, but as it does, the answer to the quandary is right even now. Hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you're failing to conceal. And the snake's soft skin. Nope. Did you see that? Just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever known. Oh yes, poise like the mission's own specialty. You have a clear force to reveal something. Though deduction is his specialty, or maybe making really believe it was a ploy too. Anyway, it's hard to believe that this snake's skin is a snake. Which is in case, this one seems Phil is hiding behind her back. Whoop! Oh, there's something else in there. I wish I could get a better angle. What's that? Is that an earring? There's such a pretty ears amongst the beautiful hair, like pink shells. Oh, what's that? Something attached to the ear. Ah, I expect that would be called an earring. Another piece of jewelry. An earring? Was it? It's really tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. There's a cuts apart attaches to the ear. In that case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Petite me amongst the beautiful hair. Look at the pink shells. Oh, what's that? Something dangling down from their ear. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as if it's made from wood. Charming, isn't it? Women seems to love adornments like that. The ear and the hair around her neck, filling her fingers. Even hanging from her ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruto-san. Well, it is speckled and it's a bend. It is a bend, but what is it? It seems so fluffy. Some piece of cloth or something. Looks like a handle of one end. Maybe it's a cat toy. Some sort of commonless part apparently. How's that a cat for toys? They'll chase around and paw at it. Kittens particularly love that sort of play. We only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Ah, that's probably adorable.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying to, but failing to conceal, is, a cat toy. Precisely. The true nature of the famous speckled band. Ah! With a cat toy dangling through the ventilator. You have waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there's only one answer to that. Your fellow friend disappeared through the ventilator in the neighboring cabin. This was attempting to use a speckled band to tell the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlidis, last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a brotherless ransom brood breeder cat named Dara. Ah! And truly troublesome feline, young Duck proved to be. She must be caged and found at once. You have forgiven us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Vera. After I gave her the food last night, that's when it happened. She sketched the back of my hand and ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darker, she's so naughty. Beloved kitten. Solved. That Mr. Sony died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. Criminal minds of the victim. I gotta check this first, actually. Nah, this magnifying glass, nothing special to it. Actually, I didn't check this, actually. Okay, just nothing to report. Moving on to the next victim. How did the young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I've been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death cut him off. What Mr. Holmes, is that true? There's no signs of wound anywhere in the Commodor's body. That's right. Mr. Holmes seemed to be unaware of one very important detail. Commodore wasn't poisoned. It would seem so. Let's give him a little information he's missing now.
Yes!
By the post-mortem report. In fact, the circumstances of this victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew there was one or another. His neck was... Indeed. Breaking of a vertebrae, the fatal and the Goliath would be strong to survive that. Simon Strong is an immortal freak, you know. The jury is out anyway. One good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now we take that to fact. You can reasonably imagine the remains of the evidence affirm the scene of the crime. I know. Where could that be? Yes, examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. So as yet, no weapon has been found though. Assuming Darker silently creeped up behind the customer and dealt a fatal blow? I suppose, the possible that he had fallen and hit the ground awkwardly could have been a terrible act of misfortune and broken his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. Or rather, hard to believe the customer's son thought he wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this distinction. Someone on the team could explain what happened.
Yes!
Yes, examination of the mark on the floor proves the cause of death convincingly. Particularly this mark prominently visible next to the victim's body, composed of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, possibly identified a little unlike as the device I had constructed. The carrier is a matter of course. Beeswax, teller. Those were my results. Unidentified ingredient of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is perfectly matched with the color of Miss Connie's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Miss O'Leary must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by the dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object and fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered in that instant, causing the loss of his life. No! didn't know. I didn't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pulver? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Looney left his life? Yes, the facts are clear. The facts are clear to me that day. You really couldn't conceal the incriminating evidence. But for now, your involuntary glance betrays you're hiding in your shoes. That's right. You had evidence links to the victim traveling case. Nope. I don't believe it. Because my son merely tripped over and now he is no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but marked on the floor does seem to suggest that was happened. But if that's part of Miss Soames' deduction and it's right, he's probably just trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. In this happened somewhere there's a deduction, so do I. Where, I wonder. Let's have a good look around. Just somewhere. Whoop, whoop. The tiara? No.
Yes!
No, not the way I said basket. I got it wrong. Really? You're making me go through this again? Let me tripped on his waste paper basket or something. Tiara. Put the waste paper basket. It wouldn't be the tiara, would it? I guess I could try the tiara, I guess.
Yes!
No, not tiara. It tells the rebels worth me. Spectacular convenience logic leads you to the mindless conclusion. Oh, well, that's supposed to be logic reasoning spectacular, so I thought about it to contribute to the show. My show is only about one particular experience on its own stage. Sorry. Am I missing something? Oh, wait, maybe I gotta inspect. I should have inspected first. So past it. It says first cabin fathom. So it's only started occupying the cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. Oh, what's that? I should have inspected the things before I tried to put them forward. Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind playing tricks on you. This is where Miss Fluffy hid a friend. That's right. It's fake after all. No, it was a little kitten she calls Darker. No, you showed. Can you let myself out inside the case gone? It appears to have dropped the 20,000 tables here. Doesn't mean dropped them out, he's been placed. Doesn't sound like Mr. Shinomes. Stop trying to sound like a great detective. Fuck. I looked at everything. So come. Has to be the waste paper basket. What's inside it? I don't know what else I can do. There's nothing else here.
Yes!
Oh, now it works. Try that first. Come on, game. That's right. Here the evidence links you to the waste paper basket. Ah. Precisely, we found the other piece of the broken glass on the floor of Mr. Exemp's cabin. You can see the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavolia, do we consider the fact this tells us? Would it be that the part of the glass object which was eventually broken in the scene of the victim's death should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Gah! You're acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. This innocent accident of yours won't save you, my dear girl. You know why? Because you have conclusive evidence that's linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Naruto. Yes. Evidence links to Miss Bell to the crime glass bell. That would be picture of her and the cat wearing the bell.
Yes!
Look at this photograph. You can clearly see, hanging from the Daika's collar, is the very glass bell in question. Hi. Truth is caught up with you, Mr. Pavolia. The young man who lost his life last night did not until after truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fatal stumble was your absent feeling friend Darker. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by chewing over a cat. Deduction complete. Elementary! What do you tell us now, Miss Pavolia? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. I was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Daka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had to read, the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed to have Daka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals will carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really. So I listened, trying to hear what was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must have been sleeping. So at that point, I thought I'd set to try and lure the kitten back. By taking the end through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin, I could have loved that toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. So I tried using a favorite toy, then I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling was causing me right about in the diary was probably trying to receive a pet. Cats purposely remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just waited until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Afterwards, nothing. I was totally silent. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seemed like there was heard of the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. It's a large vessel, but even she can pitch or roll violently without warning. If the smoke was already off balance, the result of the ship lurching with the kitten under his feet, combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, the cat is insufferably reckless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next door to me had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone, so I had what had happened. I was too scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Silver, whose is it? Where did it come from? What on earth is Deja doing on board a ship with his pet snake? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Poskoski. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He was kept from his kids, and when the alarm sounded, I was looking for him. I thought I was about to find him here. But none of us have been on board. Ha! We were at sea for 1 year. What has been so long, very close friend? Someone who to understand. Can you find someone a little more human? Understand you better? But my dear burly fellow, a danger and venomous snake, surely you should appreciate the danger of putting everyone in. No venom. Firstly, he does not have venom. He's a harmless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable, like a granny. It's venomless? Yes, he is not hungry. He so had a bad mood, but once I feed him, he'll see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like you milk little chickens. Ridiculous. They don't drink that milk or only stupid stories. Plus eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, sorry. That's what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for. Of course! How else like a cat a friend a favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like looking in their eyes right now. It refused to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the dudes did something inept land in sparing roll. It's not my fault. I didn't make up the stories. My Pavoska has nothing to do with this incident. That's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Not yet. Someone scribbled. If his leg was broken, he wouldn't have had time to write the name in the thing. Miss Favala, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilty lies, then no matter what the I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Motiva? What lies? Miss Foley just confessed everything. It was just a series of untoward events. An accident. I'm not so great detective like Shones. I don't have the gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, now, Mr. Nato? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Mr. Felly's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. He read his name in ink. His neck was broken. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. But I'm only present for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you have not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! When did he do that? Especially as you're on your list, you're a result of any of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve the matter before we made the next protocol. You were Mr. Shlomes. Yes, but I'd overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. He was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom and even... In that case, we must follow this to the conclusion. No further distractions. We must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Nabado. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Valeria's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, may the truth become clear. Truth about how you really died. About the scene of the cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent! Thank you, Miss Naruto. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? The victim lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. It was truly unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? We must establish the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over a kid and it was an accident. Wait, just take a step back. It doesn't make sense it really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, I'm starting to take shape now. There's one clear contradiction between the facts. Miss Foley's story here. The evidence right here in Kazma's cabin. Undeniable. This could possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show Miss Hunt. Let us show Hans. Time to present evidence. Evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The writing. The truth is clear record of the photographic print. There's no way Miss Hunt would have left this message on the floor. That script is in Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The words written in means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would have left dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. The simple language you could have picked up very fast. That doesn't seem likely, but actually not the point. What makes a difference whether he knew Russian or not? Sorry? What do you mean? Well, exactly what I said before. There's no way Mrs. Cody could have left this message on the floor. The reason why, clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. He was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Looney's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if those told us was true. What? So something noticed it too then.
Yes!
Okay, I messed that one up. I thought it'd be the fact there was no evidence, nothing was in the book means he was up to something. Let's try that again. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. The clear contradiction between the facts. Let's tell the story here. Evidence of right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. Putting the message on the floor is aside, something else is giving the truth away. Let's be evidence that proves this is no accident. In other words, is it the diary?
Yes!
No. Oh, it might be the bell. I'm doing emergency safe just in case, because the bell is absent from the scene. Well, half of it is anyway.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that glass bell was getting head around his neck. I already know about that. It's broken halfway, the victim tripped over the car and fell. Reference by the condition, the flaw in logic. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? What really happened? Then how did only half the bell end up back here in the cabin? Yes, remember they found the other half of the glass bell on the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Mr. Bowler? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. The woman who died last night in this cabin. Someone else was in the room. That same person, they'll rearrange the scene to decide the truth. Now cover your own guilt. Yes, the reason why someone else present. You're wasting time. Someone else was there. Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead is bolted shut from the inside. There's no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin with the student that died was you! That's true. I was in the cabin when this happened. But the shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have, but there's no way you could have left the message to be precise about the detail. Would you mind? Forgive me, mighty fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in the writing on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crimes, even though I had been asleep the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell and fallen on the floor. The fear of it becoming evidence would show that Soki had really died. But why would the person take a piece of her bell away? Leave half behind is Ray's question. Well, yes, it was past 1 o'clock in the morning, early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp in the ceiling would barely have casted light onto the floor there. No wonder the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me? Who are you? Oh, the marks on his face make sense now because it's from the snake squeezing his face. Steven Sognov. I is a woman of the sea. She is the daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and went away to join the ballet company. But before that, she was a dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You don't accuse the ship angel of being criminal. So that's it. When you say if a young student died, was there in his cabin? But it's not possible. I give my tooth. Well then, that's much interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. But the cabin bell was bolted shut from the inside. Nobody could have gone in the cabin. Not anyone. Or you tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Night! Impossible! He's right. Oh wait, I've read about the detective stories. People often tie threads around lower latches so they can open them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are weighted doors. One is expected to find on a modern steamship. Constructed from heavy steel, not a gap inside, no thread, needle, magnets even be used. No, of course not. Although so too, but as I was suggested earlier, so son, how could you shift it onto me like that? So I see inside when it's a valid point. The cabin door should have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put you that could have bolted. I could put it to the view that could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method used in mind having before. I don't believe it. Well, Miss Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Way to shut the door for that cabin from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Really? You know Mr. Stone's means? Mr. Naruto? Yes. And so should you. Because you've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, do we care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out telling the signs of the method used to clean the door shut from the outside. It's not the door itself, it's these.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. All the books and the things will have toppled over. It must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. Very powerful vessel after all. When the emergency is thrown into reverse, it jolts across the entire ship. Very small objects are often fastened down and bound or fall over. I believe, yes, what's known as a force of inertia, acting on the objects. It's nothing Session didn't know, or it's in a book at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed all over the books in the bookcase also made something else cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious that just after the emergency stop that ship made earlier, we'd come to this cabin not long before. We hadn't bolted the door. But then... flashback. Hello, somebody there? Try if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hardison? Oh, yes! That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and knocked the door. Yes, it made of metal, but small enough to move and the ship suddenly changed of speed. Or force of inertia, as you put it. Are you trying to say that last night Mr. V was killed? This was made another emergency stop. When I woke up in the morning, I looked around the cabin. I thought it looked like a little odd. All the books on the shelves had been toppled over, all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. I stood them all up again, didn't I? But then we came into this cabin and was surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had been toppled over. It was like this Mr. Disney's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Mr. Provost? Mr. Provost? Are you out of your mind? You're saying Brown made an emergency stop! That's even a little far-fetched. How could someone possibly have that happen? I think someone's actually called from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. You're forgetting the button that pressed the button when the passageway outside. Use the trigger on the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice there telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, the fog is dense, captains cannot afford to rely on the eyes of lookouts alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons all around the vessel to allow crewmen to raise the alarm. So the buttons almost compelled the press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait! It was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Emergency alarm bells ring, and everyone comes to a complete stop. Inside, as indeed I did a little earlier today. He pushed the button. Mr. Sholmes? Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but as one person in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He says, almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship! I'll report you to the captain. You're in so much trouble now. Now, I'm sure they can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have not now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolt on the cabin door slide closed. So, when we next to consider, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after happened to Mr. Sogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? Are you idiots? Where is the huge ship of many passengers? If we make an emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there'd be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Nebido? Well, it's certainly possible that someone kind of emergency stopped last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Nebido? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the emergency crept the vessel last night? The logbook.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't it? Isn't that right? Da! That is correct. Why? Well, the ship's log here. It would be where you recorded details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That's mine! Ah! Rather carelessly left it atop a makeshift little bureau passageway out there. But responsible passengers who took out care to mind to return to you later. And that's there on purpose! That's where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you're at the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. From 2 o'clock until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded at all in the log? That is... Duh! Because nothing happened! But if nothing happened, wouldn't you normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp! Indeed so. It would tell us, shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Something aboard the SS Bure. Something sufficiently significant to make it forget the ship's log. In fact, are you suggesting the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something major emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. It's like emergency stop we experienced earlier. It feels like now. We were all drugged. Everyone has a headache and hungover because everyone was drugged by the chicken. The ship of lights, finally an alarm bell was loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even happening in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. Throbbing of your head since the morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah. Oh yes, I've had a headache. You're right. In fact, I've been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head's been feeling rather heavy since dawn. Yeah, so you've all been affected by having you. Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything feels sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed was this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those cuffs put on me by them at that point. Why did I wake up when all that happening to me? Tell me, Nabadog. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway's classification doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. You always happen to share his meals. So you enjoyed your meals, a whole rack of chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of it. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Slomes, you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is it really true? You prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with is additional specific designed to induce a very deep slumber of those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever laced every meal with sleeping drug so no one would notice if emergency stop? Mr. Novodor, of course, that's not what Mr. Slomes means. It's a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Literally everyone's food passenger on board with a specific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Slomes. Well, Seaman? I'm trying to say more of this description of this matter. We've been going nowhere. If you refuse to talk, let there be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And that's what happened. Every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I'll tell everything. I can't make problems like this. For everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything from her fame and the ballet, Mother Russia. She wanted to start us help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping dogs in the chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing up a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all the dogs, how you say, dissolve. Talking about heavy seasoning. At midnight, the waters of the sea brought our angel on board. Helped by a comrade on shore for a small fishing boat. All the passengers may rest up soundly, thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber-inducing potion in their evening meals was contained. So if that was happened, the only people awake at the ship last night were the crew, people who just like chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Mr. Revolver. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. How does it make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, the other person would have eaten their meals, even meals, chicken in the cabins. Which they would have been overwhelmed by the China's sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all persons were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually slept with their cabin doors bolted anyway, not one of them would have found it unremarkable the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of the single cabin door on the ship, the couple had brought the entire vessel to emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You had talked a long time and said many things, but at this point, what is point? The point is that I said earlier, there was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone left a message in Russian on the floor, attempting to commit another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of the glass to reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. I thought it a busy night. But I didn't know any of this. I'm just a little girl. You would like to speak with... Would you like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas? I'm a sailor. And a sailor doesn't listen to long, boring stories we won't believe. Sailors like me, we only trust what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Nobutar. Oh, yes. Do you hear it? The custody of cry guilty in the wind. What accusation cry guilty? Sorry, you've lost me. Where's the involvement, man? But can you hear such a call with your ears? No. You mustn't hear with your eyes. With your eyes? Observation basis on deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for a fun final logic reasoning spectacular. I expose the truth. Oh god, really? Sorry, Mr. Nobuto. Resistance, please. With what exactly, Mr. James? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. We have two possibilities. Observations. You remember, Miss Naruto? What somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering the scene of Miss Mosley's death. We're looking for some trace of evidence. The one that happened. Precisely. You were delightfully quick at grasp, mating. Alright, let's see what I can see. We're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night. Kumita died. The missing earring.
Yes!
Emergency saves. I was too quick on that one. Should be more quite careful. Let's try that again. Someone else's intensity died. I think of two possibility ways. Either find a trace of something that was personally part of the scene, or something that's not possible. Trace of something that person took away from the scene, accidentally or deliberately. Trace of something taken away from the scene. You observe closely enough, you will find the examples of both. Give me a long, hard, uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice. Hello. What's that on your butt, good sir? Oh, look at this. Some kind of stain. An unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like an ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Looks like colour too. It's clear where it came from.
Yes!
Simon Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Oh yes, I don't know where that dirt comes from. Oh, nothing particularly comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It appears that the significance of the stain is of quite attention, your seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the seaman's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. Mr. Nobuto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then.
Yes!
Yes, the photograph. The ink that shows is caused a stain on your uniform. Ink. Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Yeah, you see the significance. The Russian words on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the uniform is ink exactly the same color. The ink had been dried, it could possibly have stained your uniform in that way, which means you have been present in the cabin at the moment that immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes, it was me, I did it, everything. I arranged everything the dead student could make the wardrobe. Man did it. When I pressed the button to make your energy stop, the bolt cabin door shut. I did everything on my own. No one would suspect that angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. On duty, I was patrolling the passageway. When an angel came to me, he was white like a sheet. Biff, If please, must help me. That's when I went to the door of the cabin number was open. I looked inside and saw the student body on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything happened in the cabin like an angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator beside his cabin. He tripped over little Boki's neck and fell on the floor. Yes, that's right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, his mother was visited by the cabin next to hers. Only the finest occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She started worried you heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked. She opened the look and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Osori's cabin, Miss Povera, was he already dead? Why? I told you. When Nina opened the door, the student came and looked inside. I was asking Miss Povera. Well, Miss Povera. 9. Oh? Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark, he was wearing a black butt. He was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. Is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Shlomes. This photograph! Yes, I took it myself, you know. Cosmo's death was broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. Unfortunately, the internet perpetrated these events a kitten, which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, then there's one particular area's photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What's this matter, Mr. Nobuno? Oh well.
Yes!
Wasn't made by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something natural, this is an obvious point. Very true. It's only particular, but not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Particularly because it's the culprit. I mean, that's the point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing by yourself. In my opinion, letting the victim appears to have done most unnatural. How's that for you, Mr. Shlomes? Thank you for your gentle guidance. Ah, it didn't penalize me. I guess it'll be the neck.
Yes!
Must be here, surely. Let me offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detention. My dear fellow, not a crucial point can be helped to keep the eyes open. I'm just trying to think hard for this one. hands wouldn't have been clenched. His hands clenched. His hands would be unclenched. He's trying to catch himself. Unfortunate accident. And his fist. He just seemed quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. That the foes wanted to open their palms flat. Yet the victim, his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. I thought you were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply put, I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what portrayed I found there? My dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes? Show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. I'll keep your suspense. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? It's their earring. This tells us nothing. I'm not sure. This moon looks familiar somehow. You've ever seen it somewhere before. Observation, Nando. This key is key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Casper's clenched fist? Final clue. Last piece of the puzzle. For yourself, what does the little crescent moon mean? What's the significance it has? Observe! Find out with your own eyes. You're such a pretty... There's something getting down from her ear. Yes, the earring. Wait, look, the crescent moon. Ah, they can be death for sure.
Yes!
Isabella, your ear there. You see, you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. Little link holding must have broken off, I suppose. Now, missing crescent moon is found in the victim's clenched fist. It's only the one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes. Mr. Fowler, Mr. Sasagi have grasped the crescent moon, pulled it from your ear, perhaps the moments before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Sasagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Dude do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear, but hold it in clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Bubba, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Blah, she got shot. She's dead now. When I think out everything that happened yesterday, I think, yes, it's too much. Running away, a fish boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was lost my cabin after a horrible long day. Daka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Daka would not come back. What are you doing here, Simon Knight, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. man from your country. They're very polite and kind. He helped me find Dhaka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes. That's right, I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nicola Pavata, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart stopped when he said that. I knew who he was. He was a man from a land far away east near the Russian ballerina. That's how he pulled me in. Pretty deep impression on me. But what are you doing in the ship? I've heard your ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you'll run away. Please keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another's opinion here. He's gonna pull a cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? That's when it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but I felt like it forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Jacka jumped out from my arms, down to the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, the bedpost. I pushed him. I didn't even know why. I didn't know why I did it. I was just so scared, and had to stop him from telling anyone about me. That's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty in the passageway. I heard another cry out and the thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing in the cupboard, shaking like a leaf. I looked down at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere else to go." So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things to come out of the cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one suspected passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin, looked around to make sure there was nothing that should know was there. That's when I found a stowaway in the wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan and laid the blame on the stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors, put the strange paper sign back. Luckily for me, that was the only reason someone started to believe me that I was innocent. I dug the young man's body to a good place, used the ink to spill the white floor, wrote about how the person who found him looked inside the wardrobe, and found his doorway. And tell me, where's the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I did not notice the other half. Then the engine went back to our cabin. I finished the job. I pressed the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the suspect's body indeed came to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus, enticing the bolt to the cabin door side shut, locking the door, room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma the fact that you have run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. Even if you pulled the bell cord to call for the captain's ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Wouldn't that have been a problem? It was what I said. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. As I suspected was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me. I was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you one moment, please, Miss Pavola? It's just, doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruto, the dairy work's not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What, another deduction? I've gone an hour. I've gone 40 minutes over my time. Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whether or not young man Gayes was directed? First, consider the victim's location within the cabin. It's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, he spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for an entire voyage. So what happened looked last night when we visited the summer? Yes, exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes. There's one thing I've learned about today. Sensibility gaze can reveal the manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit. The following gaze where it lands. So, the truth. So you turned away. What exactly was looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, suddenly it may have looked like the camera was going to ring the court bell. Yes, however, he was directly beside the bell cord, the wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Waller, please think back very carefully. What was Miss exactly last words that night? Give me a moment. I could use another's opinion here. Another's opinion? Yes, about not a former member of the crew. No, Mr. Anderson intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see between them, they might be able to help you in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. I wish I'd made sure what Miss Ungo was looking at. Things may have ended up very differently if you had. Mr. Volva, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. And unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never be changed. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. I really am so sorry. What have I done? At long last, mystery surrounding the tragic accident of the SS Bury was finally laid to rest. The 9th of January, 7:30 PM, SS Bury, first class cabin, passenger way. What happened to Miss Bubbly now then? Once you reach Great Britain, she She'll be handed over to the British police in Scotland Yard. The fact that she's run away... What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration officers and all sorted out. So Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. See him in Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you lost your good friend. I will go with Nia. I will give myself to the British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Gossamer's death feels like such a waste. But, well, what can you do for Miss Foley, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange you back to Japan. Yes, I did so well after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So you should get back to your cabin now. The cabin with his best friend in it. I took my study tour of Great Britain. It's over before it even began then. You think only days ago Cosmo and I were laughing together and now we're tear out London streets. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? It's someone weeping? Nobuto-san. Nobuto-san, I didn't know you'd returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back so long. But somebody just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has to happen. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Tadato-san. It's such a grand idea for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive that person responsible. But now I know the truth. And it's just an accident. A silly series of mishaps. Too much under the sun. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty is to see us in safety to Great Britain, but I failed. I caused the death of two closest friends. I caused these two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make it up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free now again. Surprise! It's Mr. Nobuto! What? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply, that's in my head. I shall picture you as wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You're a stowaway after all. He thinks it's funny. Mr. Sholmes? We appreciate your assistance. I think I ought to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. Oh, although I thought a little late, I may offer you my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope you'll be able to find fulfillment in some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall disembark in the next port in Hong Kong, and we'll have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to get back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of the study were negotiated by the Department of Justice, both Britain and Japan. It would be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? Not a mystery like unfortunate death. I'm afraid the study can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but poor Sondersan. My dear fellows, majority of the problems are always extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer. The student tour to continue surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Shame. We know no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? But qualifications obtained by your own country will be little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month in time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Senator? Yes? Don't you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Nabudo. Oh, unless you are are you studying law? No, I'm not, but I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Nabudo? Yes, in a month I have which to study, to learn what I must become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time I reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to recognize as a lawyer, I will take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said there was something he held to do in Great Britain, and that would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what did this director say, friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer, 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, this is madness. Yet fascinating, you wouldn't agree. Fascinating? Duty and rules, dull routines, existence, we all have about. Give us interests, give us fascinations. Speak for yourself. Besides, poor visions are no mere measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today, with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning to the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of a close companion, despite all accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all else, courage. Very well. I think of a clever way to open the departure of the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make you up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you ready to prepare to attempt this, Mr. Nabudo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what you know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Nabito? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma would have wanted. Its name is Kuruma. The great sword has been in the Akutami clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I will treasure it always. So then, Miss Ototo, it seems to be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Nabito. And for the next 40 days, I shall grant you a single minute of freedom. I shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. She did that to me. I shouldn't have never doubted you. You are Kazuma's closest friend. Of course you would never have done something to hurt him. That shouldn't have been obvious from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I'm feeling, I was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you are in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door being locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times! Numbers keep creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take a hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No. I don't believe no. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Nabito. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Slomes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume you are from Japanese. It's a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but more an interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called center takedown. It leaves your head swimming. Believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of combative arts myself. I'll show you what for. Accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if he'd be so kind as to instruct me on techniques of a wrestling throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Let us not delay. Demonstrate. Oh, of course. Wait, no, not me. Not me. Stop. Diddy Mao. Ah! As you can see, the throws these are from the abdomen. Oh yes, that's the thing indeed. That's not a takedown, is it? Actually, no. It's called the Sasudo squash. I'm dying. Ugh. In my groggy state of unconsciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Kuruma. That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Shogi clan. I can't believe you managed to bring permission with you. I mean, taking a katana studied two things more than literary value, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul in a skate. I cannot part from my katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So the name compels you, the wielder, to slice evil in two. I thought that wouldn't need much compelling. Oh, on that subject, there is something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'm sacrificing everything to make it happen. I appreciate your seeing it through with me. Oh, of course I will. Whoever it is, we'll see it through together with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The important thing you had to do, and I still don't know what that was. I'm going to see this place myself and work it out. Great Britain capital, London. End of episode. Ah! I thought it was going to end like an hour and like 40 minutes ago, but it kept going. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed my shenanigans and terrible voice acting. I'll be back tomorrow for some more Ace Attorney. And I hope you have a great night. Thank you all for coming. Goodbye.